welcome to another chill Sunday stream. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday, everyone. We return here with some Guacamelee. Greetings, ill. We are here on fire. True. So, yeah, today is another chill Sunday. We all excited? I'm gonna give people some time to make their way in so we can all have our usual conversations. I want to remind people to switch over from top chat into live chat, something I have to do myself, because that will allow you all to communicate with each other and not just with me. And I prefer that. You know, this is a conversation with you all. I'm facilitating it, but everybody's involved in the conversation. I have a nice pot of Earl Grey tea ready to go. Sirens, hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. The midterms are going great so far. We even have a chance to win the House if we're lucky. Yeah, that seems to be a possibility. The Democrats might in fact win the House. And the Senate seems on lock. But we will be definitely talking about more of that a little bit later in the stream, but I'm always happy to have the conversation a little early if people are invested in it. Il says, I thought you were talking about school midterms. Oh no. No school midterms. I'm good. I don't want to talk about school midterms. It's been a long time since I had to deal with that. The music in this game is so good. I know it's gonna drown me out just a little bit, but I'm just gonna play it up. Yep, more Earl Grey tea indeed. Ready to bring out some more pollo power. Duke said, how do you say hello in Spanish? You can start out with the hola, ¿cómo estás? Or if you're talking to everybody, ¿están? Welcome, Flying Shark. Duke, hope you're both having chill and lovely Sundays. Glad you could join us. Shark says, hola, mi amigos. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Duke says, hola, y'all. I can't even do hola, y'all at once. It's like two different, codes in my brain. Like I feel like I have to code switch with hola and y'all. It doesn't work for me, but it's hilarious. Yeah, there we go. Keep the music down so you can actually hear me, but if you need me to pump it up a little more, let me know. Get back into our game. Where were we? We had just learned the ability to swap between dimensions. So, good thing is if you swap dimensions, you don't die if you're in a spot where a wall happens, you just get teleported back. And so, like, you get these circumstances where you actually can't get in or out of this house when you're in one dimension, but if you swap, you can get access to it. So the world is changing. So now you're dealing with this literal extra-dimensional thought process in order to explore the world. Just getting controls back. It's been a week since I played. .4D chess, Tara. Ah, certainly better than some of the other 4D chests I've seen out there. Let's see. And you cannot visit the Land of the Dead inside the church. Which is interesting. In fact, if you notice, the church isn't in the Land of the Dead. And we got more of a health bar. Jaguar, kitty in a box, saludos a todos. Espero que estén bien. I am doing well. Always glad to see the kitty in a box emote, and hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday, Jaguar. Now, we have to deal with something on a little bit of the sad side, but very touching. So let me figure out which house that's in. There's a house that I can enter somewhere. Is it not here? This is the house where we just fought the boss battle. This is not the house. Jaguar says, I'm so hyped for this game and stream. This game is so fantastic. I know I said this like multiple times, but I cannot emphasize enough how well designed this game is in terms of the world building and everything that it does. Here it is. This is the house. So, this is just one of the examples, right? You have this plot line where this person is saying, it certainly is quiet in the house these days. I just can't bring myself to get rid of her favorite toy though. So I keep it in the cellar under the stairs. If we come over here, I remember the fun games I played with my luchador figure. Those were the best times. It made me feel strong. Now if we drop down here into the basement and swap dimensions, you got the luchador figure. That's my luchador figure. I'm so glad Mommy kept it. Gracias, senor. Here's a present for you. It can be your own toy. I hope you like it. Oh no, you couldn't see the thing. Ugh, that's frustrating. Okay. That's right, Jaguar, you did mention that you wanted me to move to the top right of the screen. So yeah, you can come down here, and you were able to pick up the luchador figure. And now, she has it in the Land of the Dead. She is cute. But these are the kind of things that you can do with this extra dimensional power by switching between the two worlds. And this is like your tutorial for it. And so there's a lot of different houses where you can do that sort of thing, and when you go back into the forest, there's other things that you're able to accomplish now that you have this ability. Now, I forget what we were trying to do at this point. Reminds you of the Dark World in Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess. Yeah, it's kind of got a similar vibe to that. And so you can literally just swap between the worlds in terms of combat too. Again, one of the things that this game does remarkably well is maneuvering a lot of your abilities in and out of the both the world itself and combat. Nothing is ever static. Link to the Past, yeah, same kind of idea though. And of course we have foil power, the greatest ability ever to exist in a video game. That's never not gonna be funny. So we actually have things we can do here now. Because we couldn't climb this in the world of the living, but now that we can swap between the dimensions, we can get access to these platforms and go in and do little trials that are here. So. Oh, barely missed that. Slide down this wall now, dodge through that, and another piece of heart. How's the volume, by the way? Are y'all able to hear pretty well? Music coming through? Oh, this one. This one's pretty simple. You're just gonna headbutt as you're standing on this platform. Sound is good. Okay, cool. Jaguar says these rooms were always so difficult for me because of all the button commands, but the combos are ingenious, I think. Yeah, the fact that they're able to maneuver all these different combos into things and make it, again, a seamless experience where it's both platforming as well as being a form of combat. You know, a lot of games, platforming and combat often seem very separated and often like two different forms of gameplay. In this game, it's almost identical. Like, I just had the... Like, I could have ducked down and done more platforming here. Or I can foil power and just ride across. And the fact that it also gives so many versatile options in order to get through some of these areas, I think is a fascinating component of the game experience. I rarely see a game that forces you to use your moves in a way that, again, is like every move is important. You're never not going to use your throw. You're always going to need to know your uppercut, your frog splash, everything, if you're going to get through a lot of the enemies, because each one has the shields. Each one of them is useful not just in combat, but in platforming. Welcome, Bella Lugrisi. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Bella says the United States is not only the strongest, but also the most terrified country. Leon Trotsky. Also, Bella says, in America, even the smart people are stupid. Morris Berman. Illa says the economy is your Jenga game. Climate change is a 2-year-old careening toward with a stick. Yeah, these are very accurate statements. The climate needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, for sure. And a lot of the in-system things are not working. We do not have this blue power-up, so we're gonna have to come back here later. But the forest, I feel like, is a good area for you to just be able to explore the different abilities that you have, and each room in the forest area has like a little bit of a additional challenge that you can test your abilities. I see a red one up there and a green one down there, so we might have one more, but we cannot do that blue room at this time. Also, minor spoilers, but we're gonna get a double jump, and I cannot wait till we get the double jump, because I can't stand doing Metroidvanias without a double jump. There's a blue one over there. Okay, so we have to go down. Also, the map is amazing. You can see everything on the map that you need, everywhere you've been. Pathways are quite clear, and you're able to see, for example, the green and red blocks that you missed, so you know where you have to come back to. Something very appreciated in terms of respecting players' time. Something I'm very big on these days, especially because I don't have as much time to game as I used to. And now I've got this whole section up here that I have not been to with a little reward. Jaguar says, maps in video games are very confusing, but this one's very intuitive. Yeah, I find that a lot of times, like you said, Jaguar, maps can be a very frustrating experience if they're not designed properly, but this game does a fantastic job. Again, pretty much in all ways, but additionally in its map design. Oh look, another area I can get to. And now I have more stamina. Not that I need more stamina because I'm using the character with unlimited stamina at the cost of health, but if that changes, that'll be very useful. And there's a blue block, so I can't do anything about that right now. So I know we're supposed to go after Kalaka. Fortunately, the map also tells you where you have to go next. So if you ever load up the game, you haven't played it in a week like I just had an experience of doing, there you go, that little question mark, that's where we're headed next. Again, these types of game designs that just make gaming very easy to pick up, get back into, and keep it moving. Also, I agree completely, Bella. The game is beautiful. Also, having to combine dimensional powers and Poyo power. Objective: ascend the Tule tree and search for the entrance. I did not read that fast enough. Had to check. It looks like we're coming up from the bottom at some point. Also, you can use the grab as kind of a defensive move. If you see an attack coming at you, you can't take damage while you're grabbing. So you can basically grab onto an opponent and just hold on just for a little bit longer and not take damage. Oh, I remember this being quite frustrating. Hold up. Yeah. Jaguar says, for some reason, these particular enemies anger me in a way that others don't. Which ones? The ones that throw the red bones? I think it's because they cheap shot you. Honestly. Like, that's why I don't like them. And more money. Like, most other attacks in this game don't feel cheap. Don't throw red bones at jaguars, they'll get mad. Very true, Zero. Generally not a good idea to throw things at jaguar at all. I imagine any jaguar is going to get pretty upset. And you'll probably be at the losing end of any fight you have with a jaguar. Unless you're a luchador. Then maybe you have a chance. Also, Zero, hello, welcome, and hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Glad to have you here. Ah, secret tunnel in the land of the dead. Oh, and we've got one of these. I actually rather enjoy these dimensional puzzles because it feels like you're rewarding your brain by finding the pattern. It's not overtly complicated either, but it's enough that, like, you can figure out where you have to go based on where the dimensional panels are not. And you get rewarded for it, so pretty cool, pretty cool. Also, is this the dungeon you get the double jump, or is this the dungeon where you get the blue power-up? There we go. Oh, right, I have to use the wall jump. Clever puzzling game. Clever puzzling. And those are spikes on the ceiling that will very much kill me. Okay, I was trying to speedrun it. Let's see if... Secret over here. And Poyo Power. And... oh, these enemies. I forgot about these enemies. If you let the timer on them go down, they will explode. And it might be an insta-kill? It's been a while since I've played this, so I don't remember. Jaguar says, oh, OMG, these enemies always got me so anxious. Yeah, I can see why. Like, having that counter just above their head feels very menacing. Does Poyo Power pretty much work the same way as in Dead Cells? No. In Dead Cells, it kind of just poops an infinite amount of eggs at your opponent that explode. In this game, it is a more tactical weapon. I actually think it's more devastating in Dead Cells than it is in this game. Also, the fact that Dead Cells has that in game kind of just makes me very happy. Ah, yeah, we're gonna get the double jump. Here it is. Whoa, 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 long time no see, Luchador. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, man. That statue, it used to be at the base of the Kool-Aid tree. I brought it all the way up here, and you've turned it into a pile of rubble. Somehow, I'm not surprised. Anywho, you can double jump. Just press A while in the air. Yeah, every statue that we've broken to get moves has been a Chozo statue, it's liberating. Yeah, they literally pulled it out of Metroid. It's so liberating to be able to double jump. And it comes at just the right moment in terms of gameplay as far as I'm concerned. Any earlier and it would have been game-breaking, but it just feels like a natural extension of the game's mechanics. And here's where it starts challenging you to do the double jump in combination with things. So, what you actually have to do here is use the combination of the double jump with some of the other moves, including the dodge. So you're going to want to dodge roll, uppercut, jump to get to the wall, and then double jump dodge through this. And this is when they start stringing together, like, the different usages. Because you can only use one move every time you're in the air. I don't think I've mentioned that before. But if you're in the air, I can uppercut, but if I try to uppercut again, you see that little flash that happens? It won't let me do it again. But I can uppercut and then frog splash. I can use any combination of them, but I can't use one more than once. So as you get more pieces to the puzzle, as it were, you could uppercut, punch, 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 headbutt, punch, 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 frog splash, and then you do a combo to your enemies, like that. Hello and welcome, merchants. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad to have you here. Also, I think the exception to that rule... I'm gonna explode. Yeah. Oh, it's not one hit. Why did I think that was a one-hit KO? You kind of need the Intenso here because Intenso chicken. I forgot you could be Intenso chicken. It's not really useful in terms of the game's mechanics, but You can, in fact, be an intenso chicken. I feel like the second game does a little bit more with Pollo Power in terms of combat. Reminds you of Marvel vs. Capcom with all those combos? Yeah, for sure. Those type of games definitely provide that. And I think that's really good to have in a fighting game like this. Like, it's fighting, it's Metroidvania, it mixes the styles together. Yeah, there's a second game, there's a Guacamelee too. Jaguar says, my brain trying to remember all those combos. Harry, you did great with that. Also, merchants, I am indeed doing well. Thank you so much. And, glad you're able to make it here. Okay, and now that we have the double jump, this type of... And notice how the jumps have been slowly getting a little bit longer. Enough that maybe you have to combine the double jump with a few things now. It feels like a nice play box in terms of like what you have available. Also, how is there not a secret down there? Il says, wow, avocado. Oh, now I want avocado. Il says, definitely keeps you on your toes for sure. And Flying Shark says, Guacamelee mucho. Yeah, we started down here. Rooster uppercut. And a item up here. Another piece of stamina. And in the door we go. Another Chozo statue. What? We just got one. Are we gonna get another ability? Joke's on you this time, Luchador. Uh-oh. Because you get nothing. No power. Oh yeah, by the way, the two behind me will lead you to the Temple of War. We got the no power ability, everyone. I love this game's humor. Zero says, so is your character is Katrina? I'm playing as Katrina, yeah, pretty much. I will show off the different outfits for you if you'd like, Zero. The green and red blocks look similar to the blocks in Metroid that you break when running fast. Shark said, now we're the working class. Very true. Except the working class does have power, it's just in solidarity and forming unions and moving our social perspectives into more open-minded and leftist perspectives. So yeah, I'm playing as a skeleton. The default character is Juan. This character right here, and you have a lot of different outfits, including being skeleton, a warrior, portero, peñada, pollo luchador, or you can gender swap your character. You could play as a masculine tostada named Tostado, or if you want to play as Tostada, you can do the opposite and be Juanita. which I like. They give you a lot of options. To me, Katrina here is probably my favorite, simply because I like to make use of all the different moves all the time, and I feel like it's a good trade-off to get rid of the stamina bar in favor of not being able to heal. And now we can come right back over here. Oh look, a blue one. Still can't do anything about those. Oh, we're back in the desert. We found an underground pathway into the desert. Jay, welcome. Thank you so much for the donation. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Jay says, money, capitalism, yay. Money does not equal capitalism, however, it is certainly a significant evil part of it. It also says giving me Demon Crest vibes with different abilities depending on costumes. Yeah, normally these have to be unlocked, but since I have beaten the game before, it has given me the ability to play as all these different costumes from the beginning. Also, this is the room where we were turned into a chicken for the first time. We have come full circle around after overcoming that obstacle, and we're now moving a little further up. No, seriously, Jay, thank you so much for the donation. The donations really do go a long way towards helping with the channel, and it's really appreciated. Oh, visit the Temple of War. Alright, we've made our way to the next temple. Oh, and that's an interesting mechanic. In one dimension, that's water. In the other dimension, it's lava. Purple. The hell's purple? The floor is lava, nice. So now we're getting introduced to a new mechanic, which is the white shield, which can be broken by any combination of moves. Okay, how did my uppercut not work? Not going very well. Whew. Made it out of that phase. Is there a healing? No, it's probably coming up. Shark says, I've always wanted to wield 3 swords at the same time. You have to master Zoro from One Piece's 3-sword style. Jaguar, same wavelength. Same wavelength. Well, hello, chicken. Hey man, if you get lazy while up on a wall, push into it to cling on tight. I feel like that chicken has given that piece of advice multiple times in this game, and it has been useful every time. That's clearly the path forward, so let's check what's down here. No, this might be the path forward. So yeah, in that moment I tried swapping dimensions to incapacitate one of the enemies. While I focused on the one that I wanted to with the lower health. Merchants has said, I love the music in this game, it's enjoyable, even if I can't always watch it. I wish I had a huge bowl of guacamole with a nice wooden spoon. That would be so nice right about now. Also, I agree, Jaguar, it makes me hungry as well, and I don't even fully understand why. So if this is the path forward, then what was this path up here? Okay. 2 paths. Shark says, I've never tried guacamole. Oh my goodness, Shark. Get on that, try some. It's amazing. No, I agree with you, Jaguar. We gotta get Shark on this food game. Okay, so... we want to do that. Oops. Alright, so we want to drop, switch. This is not the easiest one. Okay, there we go. Oops. Sometimes it can get tricky if you're... Okay, I just need to jump. Jump and switch dimensions. Make it over to this wall, and we're good. Let's see. Zero says, I need to make a big molcajete of guacamole for everyone now. Please. I would love that. Elle says, it's good with, like, tostada chips. Shark says, who needs new food when you have chicken nuggies? One cannot live on chicken nuggies alone. I regret to inform you. Jaguar said, bet we're all going to Zero's plate. I love tostadas, put some frijol on that, num num num. So suddenly this has become the I'm hungry with everybody's stream. Duke says blasphemy. And you call yourself an American? No, I generally don't. Also. Here we go. So yeah, also, when it comes to that, Spanish has a much better term to refer to people from the United States than English does. Because America should refer to both continents. Go Intenso Chicken! I ran out of Intenso. I have no longer an Intenso Chicken. And look, we just circled back around. You had 2 ways you could go through the temple. And Duke said, I too feel like I've run out of Intenso, but have you ever run out of Intenso as a chicken? Let me see. Zero says, I have a mushroom puzzle recipe. I keep telling myself I'll make, but I never do. I have a can of omani that's been sitting in my pantry for like a year. Seriously, all making me hungry. Increase the splash radius and damage of your suplex grapple. Increase the splash radius and damage of your pile driver grapple attack. Increase the splash radius and damage of your Das Boot grapple attack. Upgrade your aimed throw to do more explosive damage. Weakens enemies faster. Enemies require less hits before they can be thrown. Intenso health regen. Regenerates health over time when active. Break any shield with a single punch when Intenso is activated. Intenso charge boost. Increase the speed at which your Intenso bar charges up. So this is when we want to go for these, because my strategy more or less requires you to get more Intenso. So we want to get the charge boost first, and next we'll go for health regen and then shield breaker. Estados Unidos no es número uno. Very true, Blanchard. I fell off the thing. And we made it. Oh, the little red things kill you in one shot. Forgot about that. This has officially become the Make Tara as hungry as possible stream. Don't think I don't see you, Polio Power. Don't think I don't see you, additional Polio Power. But wait, I can't get up there. Jaguar says, and I was gonna oh, oops, my bad, and I was gonna start talking about Juka. I have not had Juka in a really long time. Is there a Oyo double jump in this game as a separate ability? Or do I have to come at that from the other side? I probably have to come at that from the other side. Nope, that's the secret area. Whoopsie. In order to prevent Tara from being hungry, I will not be sharing my opinion about Juka. You all can talk about the food all you want. I'm good. Oh man, this room is brutal. I remember this room now. So you have to, for this room. This one feels like it's... I know the messenger came later, but this one feels like it would have been a puzzle that fit well in the messenger. You have to slide down the wall at intervals. There you go. In multiplayer, that is absolute hell. And Tara's gonna take an extra long break today. Yeah, to go get... Shark said, fortunately, I don't know what Juka is. Juka is cassava in English. And it's delicious. I could go for some real, like, straight up Juka fries, like... Jaguar said it's a root veggie. Yeah. It's a really good root vegetable. Oh, look, another blue thing. I wonder if we're about to get that power up. Can't go that way. Lots of blue things showing up. Oh, I had to be on the other side. Whoops. Zero said it's cute that the save points look like an ofrenda. Yeah. No, like they put a lot into this game to make it feel like a love letter to the culture, especially to Day of the Dead, and to make sure that it was representative of what it was supposed to be. This, to me, is how you appreciate rather than appropriate. Like, you take the time to bring in all these different cultural components and aspects. Still wearing that mask, eh, compadre? You know, it looks good on your face. Looks good on you. Helps cover up your face. Still the silent type, eh? Well, I'd hate for shoot an unarmed man, but for you, I'll make an exception. Are you kidding me? No more ammo? Not again. Esqueletos, finish off this luchador for me. Kalaka sends his regard, luchador. He's at the observatory, getting ready for the ceremony. Maybe I'll see you there later. If you make it out of here alive, that is. We did it. Kills the statue. Oh, hey. Go, man. Another day, another Tuzu statue lost. I've gotten used to it by now. All your statue smashing has made me dead inside. I use the direction and B to use the power of dashing... Derp? I ran out of names. We've got the dashing derp. I feel nothing. We've traumatized him so much that he feels nothing and does not care anymore. But yeah, you get basically a dash kick. Which... I'm gonna be perfectly blunt, is one of my favorite moves in this game. Oh, right. This... Okay. We did break the goat man. There's another dash over there. There's also one at the very beginning, question mark? I thought I saw one at the beginning, but maybe not. Alright, now we can get the health regen with... Yeah, the health regen one is going to be very useful. Intenso health regen regenerates health over time while active. So basically, because we have unlimited stamina with this form, the goal of it now is to use Intenso as often as possible as a healing tool, rather than just as an offensive one. And now we can do one of my favorite combos in the game. Uppercut, dash, frog splash. Of course, not very useful when I have to do a headbutt. Also this one, yeah, it's kind of getting on my nerves. Jaguar says Tara had me nervous there with the boom. I did let that countdown get a little low, didn't I? Which way do we go? This way. And we did it. Jaguar says, yes, you're too. I will try not to let the countdown get too low. It's not always easy to do, but I will try for you. Assume that this is not the path forward, given that this was the downward path. Or is this one of those where you get a split pathway? Another health thing. Yay. Maybe this was a split pathway. Let me go check the other path. Nope, this. Oh, I want that. That I want. Okay. How do I do this again? I have to double jump through that wall side, dash kick to the wall, uppercut up to there, and then jump on top of the platform, pour your power into there, and slam down. And this is when it really starts testing your moves. Wrong button. And you can't even wait there. Alright, that would have been good. Maybe I skipped a wall? I'm starting to run out of health. I feel like I'm gonna die. Yep, skipping the wall was the option. It's 2 pieces of Intenso. Jaguar says go back out and come back in. You seem to do good with that. Never mind. Oh, because I thought it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, some of these puzzles can get pretty intense. One could say that they get pretty intense though. Alright. There we go. I usually swap lava and water in my extra dimensional ramps. I don't know if you all do that. That's pretty normal. Break these blocks over here. I kind of wonder, because I'm not familiar enough to know, like, how much of these glyphs that are on these walls that are actual glyphs versus just inspirations. How many arm bones does that enemy even have? All the arm bones. Oh, we need an elevator section. No game would be complete without an elevator section. On average, 16 0 says. Oh, I went too soon. And now I gotta do it all over again. The elevator is the most important part of any game. 11d7 says, sure. Jaguar says a lot of them are actual glyphs. I can't speak to all of them because I can't see them all and don't know all of them. That's fair. We made it through. Looks like some prophecy going on right here. On this wall. A blue masked superhero fighting some sort of creature and standing on top of it. Jaguar says a lot of the glyphs being real does give an element of beauty and depth to the game. I agree, 100%. It certainly makes it so that it feels more authentic. The ceremony is complete. The great temple shall rise. The day of reckoning is at hand. Yeah, at last I can incinerate this nuisance of a woman. I should think not. No finger shall be laid upon the sacrificial virgin. She was born on the day of the last solar eclipse and is needed for the final ceremony. That is over the top and absurd. Did you say sacrificial virgin? Yeah, about that. Hush now, my pretty, fear not. Off with you, borracho. Whoopsie. The great temple rises above the Sierra. Everything the light touches will soon be mine. Lion King reference for the win? Engulfed by the blight of the dead world. And you, my dear, will be my queen. You're a queen? I don't think so. Aha. No, surely you'll allow me to roast this Chiquita. No, leave us alone. grumble. You'll regret those words. You shall be my bride. Willing or otherwise, all will be mine. Your proclamations and threats don't impress me. I'm a simple girl, and I'll never love a monster like you. Besides, my heart belongs to someone else. Muchachita, how naive. Your heart's desires shall be of little consequence once you cross to the world of the dead with me. Mortal biology doesn't hold up very well on the other side. You won't get away with this. You'll be stopped. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Your faith in your friends is yours. Stupid machista bad guy. No, for real. Oops, I hope that wasn't your hero. Juan, no! Foolish girl, this is no fairy tale. Happy endings are for children. Please. Just let me liquefy this luchador. It can be my birthday present. This hero has wasted enough of my time. The solar eclipse approaches, and much preparation is needed before the final sacrifice. Flameface, I'll be expecting pollo frito for dinner. Come now, my sweet. We must prepare for the final ceremony. Hurrah! Won! I guess you want to hear my story? Holy giblets! Time to fight Flameface, sponsored by Tequila. Alright there, Revolver Ocelot. I remember this fight being very difficult. Very badly. Yep, I died. I don't always feel like Flameface's vulnerability moments are made very clear. I needed the heal. Oh yeah, now we've got this bullshit. Mr. I can summon lava randomly. This fight is so brutal to me. It's also the fact that his moves do not, like, flow as well with, like, a lot of the other gameplay mechanics. Like, he feels very erratic. Which, I mean, is supposed to be his point. Alright, he's gonna do lava nonsense, which is when you have to switch dimensions. It doesn't help that this one enemy that spawns near the enemy is near the end of the fight is one of my least favorite enemies in the game. Alright, I have Intenso this time, so... hopefully that makes a difference. It's like he's in the spot I don't want him to be every time. The amulet really did make Jack powerful. Apparently. Come on, friendlies, get down here. It's also that... like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, it's hard to tell which move he's going to do. Is he gonna start doing the lava thing? Is he going to start doing the I'm gonna shoot bullets across the screen thing? Sometimes you attack him and it causes him to... what's it called? To, get stunned. Other times he's completely invulnerable to stun. Okay, I might have a chance here. I am 1 second away from an Intenso. Damn it! So close. Sorry I'm getting so quiet with this one. This fight requires a lot of focus from me. feels good. I think this is also when I was doing a run through in hard mode. I think this is where I got stuck. I need this enemy to just not exist anymore. Alright, I think I'm okay now. Yeah, I got this. Oh, okay. Yeah. How could my guns lose to your fists? I can't believe it. You'll never stop him, you know. Once Kalaka completes the final ceremony in the great temple above the Sierra, he will merge the worlds together and rule it all. You're doomed. Now please, this is my final moment. Let me die in peace. Dang. And now we get more stamina. Another Chozo statue. Sad end indeed. I agree, Zero. Nice job with Flame Face, man. Makes me almost not hate you as much for breaking all my stuff. Alrighty, time for a biggie. Grab onto a wall while holding the Y button and press up to goat climb. Love this move. Game-changing move right here. Running up walls feels exploitable. Whee! Run up the wall. Bam. Up the wall we go. Jaguar says, oh my god, I forgot about this power. Running up the wall does feel epic. Yeah, and you get to pair it with something that comes a little bit later that just absolutely is game-changing. I believe that that boom sound sounds so nice. I completely agree. That sound is... it makes you feel powerful. The sound and art direction, everything in this game. Wait, isn't that supposed to be? I guess I can't do the purple yet. Okay. Then I guess we're gonna leave the Temple of War for now. now we can get some of these secrets in the desert that we could not get before. Because we can now run up these little pathways. Also, there's a blue secret over there that we can get. Another one over there. Again, the game gives you power-ups at the right intervals to make backtracking not seem entirely pointless when you have to backtrack. Desert secrets, indeed. The desert always holds secrets. Come on. There we go. And more health. Which would have been very useful against Flame Phase. Alright, we do have to go down to this part. Gold. Can definitely use that. Next ability I want is probably going to be the Intensive Shield Breaker. I can go above ground for this. Finding our way up here, and more money. Alright, now we need to head out of the desert. And this is a great time, probably, to go get some bonus stuff from our combo chicken gem. The warrior's thirst for knowledge is not easily satiated. Would you like to continue your training? Get over here. I need to go up B there. Got that one. That one's quick. You gotta do that one super quick. Don't think, feel. I will take that money then. We'll go back in and do some more. Get some training in. Okay, we want to do up X, A. Up X, A, up, down, down. What even is this one? Look at this combo right here. There's probably people who have these like memorized and can do them on command. I'm not one of these people. I can't even follow this one. Hello and welcome, Perry. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Thanks for stopping by. up X, L, jump, X, down X. Down B, up B, X B. Training is not easy. Training is not easy in this game. I had to go down B and not up B. Okay. And then you get moments like that where it's like you miss one piece of the combo by accident. I had it. I just had it. Got it. Oh. That one is not easy for me. There we go. You just served up an order of Baincom Carnage. And this is why you really want to do these. I don't use most of these combos, but you do get power-ups, and you do get like health pieces and stamina pieces for these. So, jump down, right. There you go. 2x process. Okay, that was down X, not down B. Some of these actually feel like they'd be really strong combos if you did them properly. Also, I couldn't jump there. How could I jump there? You have to, before you hit the ground there, hit XXB, and that isn't... I don't feel like this enemy is actually designed for this one. Like, how are you supposed to, after you knocked him back? I think it expects you to have him in the wall already. But every time I do it, I always end up where he's not facing the wall. Duke says, I really enjoy the music as background for the game I am playing. That's funny. Yeah, well, I'm assuming you're playing Minecraft, Duke. Got it. Ooh. You're truly amazing, luchador. Have you ever seen anything like that, Pancho? Pancho? Ugh. No, Pancho, don't go into the light. Pancho! How will I find the strength to go on without you? You are the only true friend I've ever had. Victoria 3, it has consumed my life. Oh no. I will never forget Steve, I mean Pancho. Sorry, we're closed. Alright, so we got everything there. We're still missing an ingredient for the food, right? Was the Chile in the land of the dead? I don't remember where the Chile was located. Duke says, I am trying to turn Hawaii into an economic and naval powerhouse to decolonize the Pacific. That is an amazing fantasy. Shark says, I need to play Minecraft again. I wanted to sign my dream hats. Duke says, if you ever set up a server, let me know. I'd be down to do a multiplayer server for Minecraft. You all have fun. Minecraft is not my jam. What's this QR code for? Holy Biak! How did you find me? If you don't tell anyone I'm here, I'll give you a reward, okay? Seriously, what is that QR code for? Anybody want to try it and tell me? I'll keep it on screen for a few minutes, see if anybody tells me what it is. Jaguar says I can't scan QR codes. Somebody here has to be able to. No? Nobody? Nobody's gonna do it? I'll have to check it out later and let y'all know then. Where was Chile located? Merchants can't. Alright, no worries. We'll figure it out later. Oh, there was a thing in here. Yeah. They were building this house, and I guess I didn't move fast enough, so they built it around me. Alright, so we can use that same principle that we learned at the beginning. I am error. Seriously though, I clearly don't belong here. Tell my sister that I'm fine. She doesn't have to worry about me. I rather enjoy standing off to the side of empty rooms. He is error. Love the memes and the video game references. Thanks for finding error. He's fine where he is for now. At least I know he's safe. Thanks for going through all that trouble. Here, I don't know what it's worth, but please accept this as a reward. Another piece of heart. Okay. I'm gonna just double check where the Chile was. Chile and Guacamelee. Because I honestly don't remember. It is in the Undead Plane. I was right. Okay. It just says you successfully scanned a QR code. Great job. That's amazing. It's from this guy right here, apparently. So you want some of the someone with it? So you know someone with a taste for the hottest chiles? Such a brave soul. I accept the challenge. Besides, my chiles only belong in the best recipes. Here, take some. You'll only need a few. Insane dead chiles. And we go to the kitchen now and bring that to Isabella. Gracias, señor. You are now part of history. You have helped me create the world's largest and best enchilada. And we got some health for that. Nice. And where is the last... The band quest. Guacamelee band member. In order to find the missing member, head to the building, see below. Okay, I know where that is. Cool. Was it this? No, it wasn't this one. Wait a sec. Reddit says because that's just the first one. Wait, there's more than one? Here we are. Now we can get the band member. Gracias, señor. I am grateful to you. Now let us celebrate with beautiful musica. Here's the band. Somehow he got trapped behind a wall. So we did it. Welcome username. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Was gonna read your message, but you seem to have retracted it. So, We do need to be in Central Beach. Oh, right. We gotta go up to the Sierra. But this might be more or less a good time for us to take our break, and I'll get us up to the top of the Sierra and we'll do that. Now that we have the ability to run up walls, we can come up this way. Sierra Morena. Clear some enemies out here. I do not want to come back to fighting. Okay, look how beautiful this is in the Land of the Dead. What the hell? The snow's falling down in the Land of the Living, but in the Dead it looks like it's snowing upward. And the music gets completely muted in such a beautiful way. So we are heading up this way. Got a long pathway ahead of us. This is a good time to take a break. So I'm gonna leave you all here for a few minutes and we'll come back and discuss our topic of the day, which is the US midterm elections. And we'll continue playing some Guacamelee. For now, I will talk to y'all in a few. Okay, we should be back up. That's a black screen. Why? Why no pickup game? There we go. OBS wanted to test my stream there. Alright. So. We are trying to make our way to the top of the mountain now. And elite skeletons can use the power of dark energy to teleport around the map when attached. Now they get intensive. I don't remember this, actually. Interesting. But yeah. This music is fantastic, Perry, and this has been a very chill Sunday with y'all. But how about we get into our topic after I make this ridiculous jump? Or, better yet, run up here into a secret area. So, the US midterm elections. What do we all think about them? What are we all thinking? What about what we've seen? I want to gauge your perspectives before I give my own. Because I have quite a few positive and negative thoughts. But I'd like to see what you all are saying as part of the conversation first. Also, maybe not even negative, just kind of realistic. Exploring the realities of what things look like. Jaguar said it's scary that too many people vote for fascists. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. That definitely, is very concerning. And of course, we're talking about the explicit fascists as opposed to the people who are fascist adjacent. We're talking about the people who are flat out doing it at home. Anything else? Any other thoughts from people before I jump in and start spouting my frustrations and anger and joy and sorrow and everything in between? Anarcho says someone was arrested here in the UK for trying to throw eggs at the king but missed. Protesters were also arrested for holding signs saying "It's not my king." Oh wow. Shame the person missed. Seems like a waste of an egg to miss the king. Shark said, living in Cali, there's not much expected to change. It's solidly blue here. Except California has a weird, what's the word for it? Weird, shift where sometimes it likes to elect Republican governors, which confuses the hell out of me still. But no, I hear what you're saying with that. If you're in an area that's either that's absolutely explicitly Democrat and would not vote in any other way, given the current political landscape, you're pretty much going to be in a decent spot. You don't have to worry about the quote-unquote red wave that was supposed to happen. Shark says, oh yeah, there's more Republicans here than in Texas, but they're all from the rural areas. Oopsie. How do I get that? That's how. Alright, so for me, when I was looking at this election and what was coming up, there was so much talk about this red wave that was going to happen, how the Republicans were going to come in, and it was going to be this sweeping Republican victory in both the House and the Senate, and they were going to wield massive majorities, that everything was going to be in their control, and it was going to just completely see a shift in the country towards Republican perspectives and thus fascism. For those of you who follow the channel, you know where I stand on this. I'm no fan of the Democrats. However, it needs to be said that we currently live in a reality where the Democrats are the least harmful option. I know a lot of people don't like to vote because, oh my goodness, both parties are the same, but I cannot emphasize this enough. Both parties are not the same. They're the same through the lens of capital. They are both right-wing parties where they both support capitalism and keeping and maintaining the status quo of capitalism. That is going to come with it the very messed up realities that come with nationalism and the exploitation of other nations across the globe. We're not talking about solving the whole systemic injustice there. What we're talking about is the fact that when it comes to trans people having rights, when it comes to people of color being able to vote, when it comes to whether or not people in certain positions in society are going to have their lives mildly improved, it makes a lot more sense to vote Democrat. Nice work getting this far, muchacho, but I've got some bad news. The bridge that leads to the top of the Sierra is out. You might get further into the mountains by way of the Pico de Gallo, but it's just down here, but it's very dangerous. Yep, down we go. Into Pico de Gallo. The giant stone door blocking the entrance to the great volcano has opened. Evil energy is coming from the volcano. Is this it? The end of the world? The giant stone door blocking the entrance to the great volcano has opened. Evil energy is coming from the volcano. Is this the end of the world? So, from where I'm sitting, especially in a place like, say, like, when you look at Florida, for example, right? So the law they just passed that makes it literally so trans people cannot exist if they, well, I suppose they can technically exist. I'm not going to say they can't, but they can't get medical care. The medical board there literally made it so that trans people can't have access to care when they are under the age of 18. And that's going to have significant impacts on a lot of people's lives, and is going to lead to a lot of people getting, at the very least, worse outcomes than what they would have preferred. And it's going to lead to people needing to flee and leave Florida if they want to take care of their children. This is not something the Democrats are actively doing. The Democrats are not the ones doing this. This is a Republican-led initiative. And these are the type of examples. When we look at certain other parts, especially of the southern United States, we also see movements and laws where voter ID laws are being put in place, where there's a desire to make sure that certain populations cannot vote. Whereas you don't see that quite as commonly from the Democrats. So, saying the parties are the same, I don't agree with it. That said, I know electoral politics isn't going to solve the world and isn't going to fix capitalism. Nobody's saying it will. But to take a few hours out of your time to vote, to put your, put the Democrats in power, where you can challenge them a little bit more comfortably, where some of your allies and comrades are not going to end up suffering quite to the same level, Of course they will, because capitalism enables everything that I'm talking about, right? But to just have a small bit of improvement, just a mild gain, it doesn't take much to do. Because the economic factors do, in fact, influence a lot of these factors, right? Like, if you didn't have to worry about housing, it would make it easier for you to, say, exist in the world as a trans person, because there's still issues like landlords not wanting to put people into housing who are trans. That happens all the time. And so the Democrats are culpable in that direction, but the flat-out laws that say, you cannot do this, that's coming from the Republicans. And so there is a difference, a key difference, and I think that's worth examining. And while we are under our current reality where there's Democrats and Republicans and not much of a third choice, I think it's pretty much a necessity to vote for Democrats and to try to get more progressive candidates, more in the direction of like AOC and Bernie Sanders, into office. Because as we keep shifting the Overton window to the left, as we keep doing the other work, which is far more important, and we shift the message to the left, hopefully with time, perspectives will start shifting that direction, and you'll start to see politicians having to swing in that direction, especially as the older generation loses a lot of its power. That said, in terms of the midterms themselves, the Republicans did not get the red wave that they wanted, especially because of younger people who voted overwhelmingly for the Democrats. That was a huge factor. In addition, I'd like to point out that another big factor was them attacking Roe, was them trying to take away rights, and slowly dwindling the Republican Party down. See, that's the thing that we have as an advantage. The fascism that we're seeing come out of the Republican Party starts to slowly shrink how many people that it favors, and I don't know if they have the numbers in the long run, but they do have the ability to manipulate the system and garner support in that way. And part of that comes from the fact that we live in a representative democracy that is very bizarre in the US compared to, say, the types of direct democracy that we'd like to see in communities. What do I mean? Well, the Democrats didn't lose to the extent that we expected them to. They still might lose the House, but the House is more or less even at this point in time. Very strong possibility that we might see the Democrats hold on to the House. But the Senate, safely in the hands of the Democrats. However, you still have the likes of Joe Manchin, and you still have the likes of Christian Sinema, who won't overthrow the filibuster, and therefore nothing will essentially change over the next 2 years. However, there's a race that happened in Wisconsin, where the Republican candidate used about 3 to 4 times the amount of spending that the Democrat candidate was willing and able to use, and edged out a win by like 26,000 votes, considering that more than half the population there didn't vote, at least. And so because of that 26,000 vote gap, we're going to see a reality where the Democrats are still going to be stuck doing nothing in the Senate, essentially, even if they win the House. Whereas I guarantee you that 26,000 vote differentiation is easily rectified, or could be easily justified, by 26,000 votes in a blue state. Say in even a city like Los Angeles or Chicago or New York, where if you were to tally the level of difference in votes, you'd see that overwhelmingly the popular support for these different states ends up leaning in a certain direction for certain ideas and perspectives. And yet 26,000 people in Wisconsin essentially is going to end up determining, in addition to the runoff that we're going to see in Georgia, whether or not people can see some more progressive ideas pushed. And that isn't to say, again, that it's going to fix capitalism and all the problems and evils that come with it. But this is where we're sitting at, and the Republicans keep trying to stack the deck in their favor. There's actually been Republicans coming out and talking about raising the voting age because of these midterm elections, because they don't trust young people to be able to vote and make decisions. Which, honestly, go right the hell ahead, because you're gonna just limit your voter base anymore. And all the people who couldn't vote right now, they're gonna vote, like, in a few years. So, try it. See what happens. Tell people that they can, you know, they can't do that. Meanwhile, it's a constitutional amendment, by the way, that 18-year-olds can vote. But, you know, let me catch up with chat and see what y'all are saying. I've had my little rant. Harry says, generally I'm reminded of Mal's no investigation, no right to speak. But about how informed there are so many regarding their worldviews and political choices. Shark says, it's so funny when conservatives call Democrats communists. Anarcho says, although right-wing people like Donald Trump calls even the most moderate Democrats far left and communist. Shark says, I wish they were as left as the conservatives say. If they were as left as the conservatives say, we'd be living in a much better world. Shark says, at least Democrats are okay on social issues, if not economic. And I agree with you. When it comes to social issues, they at least want to wave the olive branch on some level. They don't explicitly want, say, gay people, trans people, women, etc., to not have the, quote, right to do something. And it's more of a bourgeois concept of right. I understand that. It's right in the sense that if you have the money and capacity to do so, you should have the ability to do it. And in many instances, there's certain government programs that can help make that easier. What we want to see and what separates us from that perspective of this right, center-right, you know, Democrat perspective is that we want everybody to have access to things. And it's one of the issues that, say, on like abortion that has been brought up very often historically. It's like everyone theoretically had the right to an abortion, but not everybody had access to abortion. And I think that's the key difference. However, I would still rather it be considered a bourgeois right than to have it completely abolished to the point where people could be incarcerated for it. There is a key difference there. And again, these from the left perspective, neither of them are enough. Like the Democrat perspective is not enough. However, it is significantly better than the alternative. So I agree with you. They are okay on a lot of social issues in that regard. Jaguar says, voting these days is really about damage control. 100%. It's completely about damage control. Most people are voting against the other party rather than voting for anything, which is really messed up, to be perfectly blunt. Like, that's not how, you know, democracy is supposed to function. You're supposed to be coming up with models to create solutions to problems. That's how people come together. But because of the way things have been structured and the way that the party system tends to function, it's become, well, in addition to the levels of fascism and white supremacy that we often see in the Republican Party, it has become a thing where it's survival almost to vote for the lesser evil for a lot of people. Perry says, it's like the right solution is to step up the gas and the left is to ease up on the gas. Both steer the country in the same direction. I wouldn't say left, Perry, but certainly the right of center versus the right, the far right. But yeah, the Democrats are certainly more left than the Republicans are. Jaguar says, look at the Supreme Court. They went after women's rights, and it was that they are going after other people's rights. Yeah, and they're going to use these authoritarian tendencies to continue to produce more right-wing results that lead to less and less people having the ability and freedom to do things without state violence being inflicted against them. And to me, as a leftist, I want to see suffering lowered. I want to see less people suffering. And so to me, taking 2 hours out of your time once a year or two seems really minor compared to the grand scheme of things, especially if you're in an area that's being contested. if you're in an area where you know that maybe like Wisconsin, where 26,000 people may make the difference, I don't see a reason not to fight back against that. If you're in a place that's solid blue, like, whatever, like, fine. But if you're in a place where there might be a contest, you have to go out and vote. Look at how close Nevada's Senate election was. And the Republicans gerrymander and twist things in order to make it so that they can, in fact, get advantages. And that's a lot of the problem with the way things are designed. They can shift the maps, they can shift the borders, they can lie about what communities are what, they can combine large sections of the population so that they get less representation. And by redrawing these maps, they have all these competitive advantages, and yet they still can't even come up to 50% in certain instances. That should tell you just how unpopular these ideas are, but they have the money and support and everything behind them in terms of the financial system. And if it, the thing is capitalism, and this is why the Democrats are complicit, capitalism enables the Republicans to continue to exist and do what they do. But again, under the system that we're in, they're still the lesser evil. And we can keep both of those in mind. And one thing I want to remind people of is when you go up to people who are liberals, for example, and you sit there and tell them those two parties are the same, they're gonna look at you like they have no idea what you're talking about. Because from their perspective, there's a massive difference. And if you're ever going to try to tell people, like, things are different, you also have to meet people where they're at to try to pull them further left. If you're gonna have those conversations. I'm not talking about shifting the fascists and the right-wingers, but there are a lot of good-hearted liberals out there that do want to do the right thing, and they don't see the connection between capitalism and what else is going on. And so if they say, oh, well, I want to do something like, especially for people of color, say in like the South, and they're doing Souls to the Polls type thing, and they're working on these projects because there's a massive push to keep the vote away from people of color by Republicans, and they're trying to do these things to drum up votes and to try to get people into voting and being able to do this and making sure that the voter ID laws are fought against. If you help with that type of project, you'll be surprised how easy it is once you're having conversations with people, and as people start to trust you, just see them start to understand the connections that you're making between capitalism and the things that are going on. Jaguar says the GOP's agenda is to make this practice the norm. True. Anarcho says, they keep saying that Democrat-run cities are full of crime, yet the real criminals are the very people, economic elite, that the right so admire and want to protect. So, fun fact, I've read recently that the statistics about, quote, crime in Democrat-run cities actually pales in comparison to the crime increases that we've seen in Republican and rural areas, including cities that lean a little bit more Republican. There's been a lot more violence happening in those places, so yeah, they're kind of full of it there. Jaguar says, so many people think it's their rights being taken away is normal. It's not. The thing is a lot of people don't even know fully what their rights and recognitions are, and part of the system that we live in has always been to limit the scope and mindset of what is available and what people can and cannot do. You can do a lot more things than what you're told you can do. And it's really scary how easily we can start to shift towards this more fascistic direction by lying to ourselves and not having the ability to see the possibilities in front of us. Jaguar says there are certain crimes that are sanctioned under the law of the state. Agreed. Perry says lately it really seems like the right doesn't have much tangible to offer to its supporters. Its solutions to things make no sense. No, they don't, and they never have. Statistics and data back that up. The fact of the matter is that their entire premise is socialism bad, communism bad, Democrats bad. We need to stop the threat of things changing and protect the status quo at all costs, while also trying to make a Christian nationalist nation. That's the Republican platform at this point. That's Trumpism. That's DeSantis' perspective. That's what we're seeing. Shark said, there's just so much wrong in politics, it's hard to wrap your head around how it all fits together. Agreed, and it's purposefully made confusing so that you can't fight back against it. Jaguar says some of the top 3 political issues for some of the GOP candidates was fighting against Dems and socialism. That's one of the tactics. Fear and us versus them. Basically what I was saying, yeah. 100% with you there. Bill said, but they're old enough to be sent to die in another country. Sick. That was literally the argument that was made when the US was doing its imperial conflict in Vietnam, where you couldn't vote until you were 21 at that time in the US, but you were able to be sent to Vietnam to imperialize the nation there at 18, and you were able to be drafted at that time. It was ridiculous. You said something was lagging? Shark says, I was a liberal until a year or 2 ago. It takes a good amount of exposure for people to warm up to leftist ideology. It's easy to just say communism is bad and not listen to anything else. Well, I think a lot of it is also, it's purposefully described as evil. Like, our whole lives we're told that communism and anarchism is the bad, vile thing that nobody should listen to. You know, because it's against the current established order and everything. You know, I'm gonna just be perfectly blunt, and, you know, when people talked about republics and democracies, to try to deal with monarchies, people had kind of the same perspective. Well, how would you exist in your life without a monarch? How would people be able to take over and deal with things? Like, the same type of arguments were made. It's just about the maintenance of power. And to maintain power, you have to make it look like people's options and solutions are wrong. And that they can't do it because things would be much worse. Bill says, when I talk to liberals, I like to bring up the fact that my parents have worked for close to 40 years, and even my retirement, they are struggling to live in Medicare, isn't enough. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are starting to get it, especially in the younger generation. I have a lot of faith in the younger generation. I just hope they can claim some semblance of power within the system sooner rather than later. Because we're running out of time. And I am very concerned about the rise of fascism and how some people see fascism as perfectly reasonable at this point in time, to the point that they're even identifying it and calling it fascism. But yeah, in terms of the midterms and the outcomes of it, this was the most status quo outcome we could possibly imagine, and it held the line, but I think it just emphasizes the fact that over the next coming years, we have to start moving the Overton window through policies that are outside of politics. The Democrats are not going to end the filibuster. They're not going to start doing things that need to be done. They're not going to fix things even if they maintain the House. And there's no guarantee they will. I think, personally, Joe Biden running in 2024 would probably be the absolute worst decision for the Democrats. They need to get somebody more progressive and more widely in favor of a lot of the more progressive policies into that position. It's not going to work if they continue to produce these very right-leaning perspectives. We need, at the very least, more social democratic perspectives coming out of them. And in terms of the status quo, again, we've held the line at least for another couple of years while the Supreme Court continues to literally take away rights on a daily basis. And we need to keep emphasizing and changing the social paradigms and changing how things are perceived, because these midterms are literally just holding the line. We're literally talking about trying to hold the line in places where Republican support is literally going to ruin lives. And what's scary is, on the one hand, a lot of people are going to try to, if they can afford to, flee a lot of these areas. But that just leaves them in power and control of these territories. And it's scary for the people who can't get out. And that always concerns me. Like, I don't understand how someone like Ron DeSantis actually managed to survive in Florida with the types of policies that he has in place. Shark says, think outside the box, capitalism kinda sucks. No, not that box. Harry says, I think the argument that leftists don't want to work, are lazy, idealistic, really plays into people's sense of pride and agency and pragmatism. Shark says, I don't think anyone supports Biden at this point. No, Biden is not very loved, and for good reason. Il says AOC fire. AOC would be huge, says Perry. I don't think AOC is old enough to run. Oh there, traveler. Oh yes, I know the type. Used to be quite the adventurer myself during life. But these days, the partying schedule around here is just so packed with all the party cleanup, party prep, and partying, it's super hard to find time. Recently, I've heard that 5 Aluxes are lurking in the Canal Giants. Some freakish experiments of Calancas. And in my fleshier days, I would have been all over that. I'd stride out of town and bam, pow, see ya, monsters. But as you can see, we're gearing up for a real rager here. So if you could find and destroy all 3 Aluxes, I have some old supplies left in my basement that I think would be a help in your quest. This might be our biggest festival yet. To be honest, I guess because people are worried about Kalaka. To be honest, I haven't kept up on the news. I'm just going crazy about carnival games. I'm sure that something bad's going on, but they're gonna have all the best games tonight, and they can barely think straight. I bet you'd like to smell these, my friend. Tonight's dead lily crop are some of the sweetest yet. It's the end of the world special tonight, 2 for the price of 1, and you can smell all you like. I never get tired of these glowing dead world nights. Sometimes I stand up here for weeks. Of course, now there's Kalaka's temple on the rise, but why panic, right? Enjoy the view while you can. Aren't you in such a rush? Don't you hear this lovely music? Stay, enjoy it, dance a little. You've died too, I can tell, but you're still a fighter. A lot of folks here don't know what Kalaka's up to. Maybe they don't even care. My darling, eternity or just one more day together, doesn't matter. I could stare into the depths of those inky black eye sockets forever. Ha! At least if the world ends, I won't have to hear any more of your poetry, my love. Aw, I thought that was cute. Shark asks, how far left is AOC? So in terms of... Let me put it this way. In terms of AOC in Congress, she's going to be a social democrat no matter what. Like, she's gonna have that perspective where she's still working in the system. However, I will say something... Wait, what just happened with my game? Give me 1 second. There we go. A lot of her perspectives, and the fact that a lot of leftists don't seem to get this kind of bothers me immensely. A lot of the things that she talks about are things like creating child care collectives, about forming worker cooperatives. She talks about a lot of the same types of things that anarchists, communists of all kinds, do talk about. And talks about the importance of people coming together and forming systems outside of the government. So I think she's far more to the left than the political system allows, but given her place in the government, she is advocating for things within the most left framework that is widely available for the government itself. Harry says she does really seem to do a decent job at pulling the establishment as left as possible. Jaguar says, I think she has to feign being to the right of us to survive the atmosphere she's in, but is still true to what she believes. Shark says, is she a social democrat like Bernie or further left? So yeah, I think within the system, she's, again, operating as a social democrat. That said, I do believe 100% that she is much further left. I do have a number of videos on the channel that do go into some of the clues and details there, and I think those are worth taking a look at. There's a lot of chests in this area. Bill said she calls out capitalism too. Don't hear too many US politicians doing that. To me, she is one of the best examples in our system of somebody who's doing the right things. Certainly pushing in the right direction. Alright, let's go do this side quest. Why not? There's a lot of stuff we can get, I think, in this area. And I also don't think she's going to be perfect on every issue. Like, I'm not expecting somebody to be absolutely perfect and knowledgeable about every single issue that's out there. Especially as demanding as her job is when it's being done by somebody who's actually doing the job. Okay. I need the purple ability for that. And I think a lot of people also unfairly criticize her on the left for not being the savior of everything and doing everything. And part of me is like, what did you want and expect? Did you expect her to come in and just fix the government? Like, no. Yeah, this, I think, might be one of those cases where I need that other ability. Yeah. You know what, if that's the case, I'll come back and do this side quest later. Let me head back to... Oh, I can't go back to the potato. Jaguar says reposting, I think the fact also that voting how-tos aren't exactly taught is kind of telling about the power dynamics and how to keep the status quo. Yeah, they don't want people voting. Especially the more fascistic side of things does not want people voting. And doesn't want to create the type of movement towards a consensus-based model of the world or a democratic-based model of the world, as long as they can preserve a system in which they maintain power, everything is good to them. And I feel like a lot of people, even that claim to be leftists, when AOC, for example, gets into office and says something like, you all need to go out and protest the government to push for things, is like, well, your job is to make the laws, so why don't you go do that? And it's like, you're leftist, you're gonna fight against this anyway. Like, she's literally telling you what to do. I don't know. She's literally telling you to seek extra governmental perspectives and to explore things outside of the system, and you're like, why doesn't the government fix everything for me? Like, that's not really helpful. Shark says, not gonna lie, democracy's pretty cool, wish we had more of that. Agreed. More democracy would be very nice. Il says, I think direct democracy is greater than representative democracy. Yeah. That's pretty much what we're talking about. We need to start seeing a shift in which type of democracy that we see, where people actually have a say in their communities and in their lives. What just happened? Give me 1 second. Okay. That was very, very strange. Gango, hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. AOC is saying go out there and make me do it. External pressure helps her. Yeah, that's the entire point. That's what I'm talking about, Gangle. So, like, thank you for putting it so, like that. So, what happened, and why I just stepped away from the stream for a minute, is I am sitting here playing the game, chatting with you all, and all of a sudden, one of my other devices goes off and starts playing music from a tab I had open with Day of the Dead music. And it just started without me pressing anything, without me clicking anything. I'm sitting here playing the game, and it just decided, we're gonna play this music. While we're playing this game, someone wanted to celebrate, apparently. That gave me chills. So I had to shut that off. Not because I don't want to listen to the music or share, but yeah, like that was intenso. If you expect me to resurrect your compadre, you'd better hold up your end of the bargain. You promised me an endless army of skeletons. Where are they? Gran Calaca, our forces grow not only in number but ferocity. Also, you'll be happy to know we've been working on our stretch goals too. Allow me to present Baby Calaca. That's right, a special pet for all our backers. What's the meaning of this? Are you my mommy? Fools, I've had enough of your shenanigans. Now build me an army. Of course, Gran Calaca, our efforts will be redoubled. Come on, baby Calaca, there's some more milk waiting for you back home. Alright, let's open this up. But yeah, I do think, as was mentioned by Gangle, that AOC being like, push me to do it, is not necessarily her being like, I'm not willing to do this. It's literally, you need to give me the ammunition to continue to fight this way. Give me the ability in Congress to sit there and say, look at what the people want, look at what they're demanding. Like, capitalism isn't going to be overthrown within the system itself. We all know that. And when AOC acknowledges that, somehow she gets criticized? Like, I don't get it. Oh, I jumped in the lava. I pressed the wrong button. Oopsie. Into the lava you go. I'm still a little weirded out about that music popping up. I think we'll go to the right here, because I think this is where... Yeah, there's another health upgrade thing. Oof. So I think what I need to do here is time this and then get on this wall, come right here, and run up this way. There we go. And more health. Bill said we just need a person to be the first Latin American president, and I don't think we'll ever go back to electing rich white men ever again. That'd be nice. someone who actually supports the cause and doesn't betray interests and whose family didn't own a plantation in Cuba. I hear what you're saying now. I'm with you there. That would be a marked shift in the cultural narrative. Shark said, I'd like to see some openly anarchist people start doing out there doing mutual aid. I mean, they are. There are a lot of anarchists doing stuff like that. They're not always the easiest to find, depending where you are. Okay, that's not good. That is remarkably not good. There we go, made it through that wall. I need to land to do that, so let's... Shark said, I'm not me though, I'm lazy. Hey, we all gotta get out and do our part as best we can. Part of the reason I make the content I do is because it's something I can do. Research is an important part of changing the narrative and story as well. It's about opening different perspectives up and analyzing things differently. Oh. I hope I don't get more than 2 of these, because I don't think I have enough time. That was close. Sorry, Jaguar, I know you don't like when those timers get close to... Wait, was up the secret path? I could have sworn up would have been... I mean, up, was this the secret, the regular path and up secret? Because I would have expected it to be the opposite. No, this is the secret path. Oof. Fail. Ah, dang. I mistimed that. Alright. Again! More intenso. Oh, I needed that. Longer intenso bar is amazing. Jaguar says, I hate this room. Thanks for thinking of me. Bill says, it helps motivate me to see other people doing things like Tara and her videos. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot. No, I mean, we gotta also go through the research, because there's also a lot of pitfalls out there, especially because a lot of people have money to... What's it called? To, like, create false narratives, kind of like what I was talking about in my video where I was talking about the law that they're trying to use, or the way they're trying to exploit the law to overturn AB 257 in California. Like, they've got the funding, they've got the tools for that. They have the ability to try to manipulate the system in a way using economics, and to make it look like the narrative is different than what it is. So we need research, and we need people dealing with that and talking with that perspective to be able to provide the tools to those who, you know, can go out there and fight as well. Like, there's multiple avenues and ways that you can do stuff. You can research. If you have money, you can buy supplies and create things, or you can support the people that are doing things like researching. If you have the time, dedicate it to creating alternative institutions in terms of creating some sort of like programs and whatever to try to combat things. Do on-the-ground work. You know, again, this is something that's going to require so many different avenues to fix, to change, to redevelop how we view the world. And it's going to require a little bit of help from everybody. Shark says, I've been thinking about writing down how society functions or doesn't from my perspective, but it takes a lot to organize my thoughts on it. What I'm going to, I guess, suggest to you, Shark, is just write. Organize the thoughts later. Just write it. For now. Write down little snippets of the things that you notice, of the things that you find important, that you want to see addressed. Leave the organization towards later. You're gonna find the connections. I'd also suggest, if you do get to that stage where you're like, I want to start organizing my thoughts, flowcharts can be very helpful. This leads to this, which leads to this, which leads back to this. You can find a very good, I at least find it a very good tool to kind of direct the conversation. And for example, when I make my videos, a lot of it sometimes is, there's a ton of information. And I have a lot of different things to say. And for me, one of the biggest issues is exactly what you're describing, Shark. It's creating the flow of the narrative and writing the story as it is, as opposed to, and then there's this fact, and then there's that fact, and then there's this fact. And I try to structure more as this leads into this, leads into this, leads into this, and that can be difficult. So stream of conscious can get you going and get the ideas flowing. And once they're all on paper and once they're all there, you can sit there and say, well, what are the main ideas here? Or, you know, start organizing things and topics. And this is why I personally prefer typing, because then I can move paragraphs, I can copy paste, I can just shift things around, and it works for my brain. To me, writing by hand doesn't quite give me that same power. That said, I can also do rewriting with different colored pens as another thing that I like to do now. And that can also be very useful. So just some tips and suggestions. Feel free to take it or not. But one of the things I definitely encourage is just going out and doing it. doing the writing, doing the activism, doing what you feel is right, and accepting the fact that it's not going to be perfect, it's going to be difficult, and just taking it a day at a time. Shark says, yeah, I'll just be thinking to myself, I'll be on a completely different... Wow, I could not see because I was looking at chat. I'll be just thinking to myself, I'll be on a completely different subject a few seconds because the ideas keep flowing. Yeah, then stream of consciousness will probably help with that a lot, because even though they all seem like different topics, they are interconnected. And you'll be able to find a way in your head that hopefully connects the dots in a way that makes you feel good. And makes you feel like you've expressed yourself and it's understandable. You know, part of why I like this channel to be a conversation rather than just me dictating things is because I think that everybody has their own voice, and I do want to see everybody's voice raised. Like, I encourage other people to make content, make channels, write their thoughts, get things out there. My voice alone isn't going to solve things. I forgot about this part of the game. Skeletons complaining about joint pain and weak bones. Skeleton cows not producing milk. We must meet the quotas or Kalaka will never resurrect our dear Pedro. Tibula, fibula, it's all so complicated. You know there are 27 bones in a hand? Their hands are just giant spikes. Maybe if you got your hands dirty for a change. These delicate fingers must be preserved for picking. Besides, some people are just natural managers. On that note, let the inspection commence. Okay, let's have a look-see. This one looks fine. Oh, feisty, I like this one. Oh my, what fine bone structure. Let's see what you can do. Great screeching Skeletor! Send these ones off to that wretched forest. Let's stay on track. Next batch. Yes, now this is more like it. Excellent, another fine candidate. 3 out of 3, that's a new record. Wait a minute. Hey, where's your sombrero? Bah, it's that flesh man from the canal. It's funny because I'm a skeleton right now. You're proving harder to get rid of than that wild pack of dogs that chased us out of Santa Lucita. Who would have thought a day at the puppy petting zoo could turn so quickly? Meat man, you've wasted enough of our time. We've got prototypes to complete and quotas to meet. Why don't you take our latest creation for a spin? That made a jaguar noise. Yeah, I guess we're going this way. I remember in some of the later fights in this game, some of the levels of shields that you have to break can get pretty intense. It did not sound like you at all. flawless victory. Jaguar says, yes, totally agree, the shield thing gets intense. Yeah, I feel like you start getting into situations where the shield just, like, every battle you're fighting every different type of shield. Also, we're dealing with a mechanic now that I didn't mention, but now we can control the platforms that we're on based on making them lava or not lava. Like, we control how high those platforms are now by switching dimensions. Which just adds another layer to the game. Again, it builds on itself very nicely. I feel like this is a game that very, very much found found its niche, found its moveset, and was like, this is what we're gonna build off of. It didn't try to do too much. It didn't overstay its welcome in any way, shape, or form. It just constantly is building on itself gradually. Jaguar said, I do get kind of sad this game poo-poos on Jaguar Wars. I agree. And I do agree that it does put you in control, Ale. Like, you do get a lot of control over your moveset. But part of the reason I want the next thing I'm about to buy when I probably want to hit a checkpoint, because we're starting to get at that point in the game. Is the ability for Intenso to break any shield. I do have the money for it, so. Completely unrelated, says Shark, but I was playing Assassin's Creed 3 and it's pretty fun. It takes place in early America, and there's some commentary on Native people's struggles. That game has had a lot of mixed, I guess mixed reviews. And I think that as a lot of the stories for Assassin's Creed entered into the present day, I think a lot of the commentary suffered, because the idea that the assassins would not be, say, on the side of communism is kind of ridiculous. And obviously for a bunch of capitalists making a game like that, not the developers per se, but the company, you kind of have to be selective about that. You know, to be like anti-monarchist isn't exactly the biggest deal in this day and age, and with some of the commentaries that are anti-monarchist, I think they were able to get away with that. Although I guess in Canada, some of you people there still support a monarch, which is ridiculous to me. But, and in the United Kingdom as well. But in the US, at least, it shouldn't be that controversial to say that monarchy is bad. Oof. Shark says the assassins are anti-communist. No, the assassins are kind of in a weird place with that, because they end up playing, within the series, they kind of play both sides within the French Revolution. Within the American Revolution, they objectively take the side of the oligarchs fighting for the formation of the United States, which is bizarre because it kind of completely alienates the perspective that indigenous people were the ones victimized by both the British colonization and the American colonists who were becoming citizens of the new United States. And they do call Washington out, for example, but there's like not enough commentary focused on say the perspectives of like a Thomas Paine. I think that there's that DLC, I think, that exists where you fight King George Washington, which I think is interesting, but it starts to miss its mark around the time that you start getting into that era. And also they make Marx an absolute fool, if I recall correctly, in, what is that game? Which one is it where you're in London? Syndicate. Marx basically sounds like a liberal. It's weird. And like you've got this weird anti-capitalist messaging, but it's not really anti-capitalist. It's really bizarre. Maybe that'll make the liberals read words. It would be funny. Jeez, I hate this room. This has to be one of my least favorite rooms in the game. That was super close. Alright, we're still doing good. That is not what I expected. Oh, I forgot you'd control which direction the platforms are moving. Goodbye. They also were really nasty to anarchists in Syndicate. Like, you end up teaming up with Karl Marx to stop an anarchist because he's being violent against a corporation. Like, it's so bizarre. But like, this is also the game series where when they were focused on the Americas, you also were trying to deal with like an anti-slave movement. And they did a really good job, I think, in that regard, with talking about how systemic slavery was in oh, I forget which one that was. But I think it was the DLC for Assassin's Creed 4. And like with a lot of the stuff they dealt with in the Americas, especially with the piracy stuff in 4, they seem to be leaning in this almost anti-capitalistic direction, that the pirates, for example, were not that far off the mark, but still were in it for themselves as opposed to forming more systemic options. Like the people the Americas were advocating for, and there was a weird thing where it almost felt like in certain moments they didn't know how to deal with the fact that some of the perspectives between the Assassins and Templars had shifted and changed. Like, for example, the Assassins who were leaning more in a capitalist direction to fight against monarchical noble rule ended up seeming more like Templars by the time you got to, like, the 1800s. And some of the Assassins needed to go even further to the left. But then when they did, they didn't go left in a way that made any sort of sense. Like, I don't know. It really became bizarre by the time you get into the 18th century. That said, at some point, Duke, I do need to finish Syndicate. I got through the majority of it. Someone should do a video essay on the whole series. Is that a request? Omega Black Zero, hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill another Sunday. Omega Black Zero says, I think we'll have. Okay, these are the worst enemies to have the headbutt thing. The headbutt shield. Because they don't stay still long enough for you to headbutt them. Next checkpoint, I'm getting the Intenso thing that breaks shields. Chozo statue. What do we got? Hit me with a new move, goat man. That was it. That was my last statue. You win, Luchador. Here's your final power. Grabbing onto a wall, and while holding Y, press the button to goat fly. This is the best move in the game. Bill says, I might have come across one. If I remember, I'll share it on the Discord. Omega says, only played the first and Brotherhood. Have you played Blasphemous? I have not played Blasphemous. I do have it, and that is one I'd like to play at some point. Maybe not on a Chill Sunday stream, but yeah, definitely one I'd want to check out at some point. Now we can fly across the screen. Isn't that the same developer that made that other game? I forgot the name. Terra streamed the other game I'm talking about. I can tell you in a second. Blasphemous game. I'm pretty sure I played a game. Developer The Game Kitchen. No. Game Kitchen's only made Blasphemous and Last Door. But it is produced by Team 17, the publisher's Team 17, which has made a ton of indie games, or published a ton of indie games, many of which I have played, and probably at least one or two that I've covered on this stream. I like for the Chill Sundays games. Team 17 seems like legitly in favor of indie developers. And here's where you really start mixing moves together in fascinating ways. Oh, what the heck just happened there? Mega says, I love the art direction they took with it. Il says, I like the gore in Blasphemous. That's probably why you won't see it on a Chill Sunday stream. I'm not doing much in the way of gore on this channel if I can avoid that. Oh, right, this is when you ride the ceiling down. Omega said the whole aesthetic is pretty kind of a Catholic-inspired Dark Souls approach. It does sound really interesting. It's one I'm going to have to check out. I do, again, have it. So, I do appreciate the recommendation. Go up here. Please get the platform. There we go. Alright, I really need to buy abilities. We've got plenty of money, let's buy some stuff. Okay, Intenso Shield Break. I want stun boost. Enemies require less hits before they can be thrown. I want to upgrade my aimed throw to do more explosion damage. We just blasted through all our money, but we're now super powerful. You know, and you'd think an ability like that to fly across the screen like that would be overpowered, but it's really balanced in a weird way. Bill said, I like the coins just go to you and you don't have to chase them around the screen. Looking at you, Sonic. Yeah. Oh. But you can cling to this on the side. Like, a lot of these type of games, like when you get an ability like this, I'm thinking about the morph ball, not the morph ball, the space jump in like in Metroid. Like oftentimes it just becomes game breaking to the point where you could just go anywhere and it, like a lot of the platforming kind of disappears. I feel like even though you can literally fly across the screen here, the level design is so good that you can still essentially find the ability to, like, platform in unique ways. Like, it doesn't feel like it breaks the game. See, like, right there, like, that's not something... Yeah, the screw attack as well. The screw attack and the space jump absolutely break Metroid. That's part of the challenge with Sonic, though. It is true. Like, part of this, the challenge with Sonic is getting the rings. Also, intensive rotor shield. I hate this so much. Alright, I'm just gonna fight this guy with intensive. I really do not like it. And I'm still getting hit. Oh my god. Stop it. I'm about to die with intensive. Like, after using intensive in a fight. Wow. That's... yeah, I hate these enemies. And then you add a bomb to the equation. And it's like, what am I supposed to do here? The flyer is getting you, try to get rid of them, says Jaguar. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the flyers. Unfortunately, when I get rid of the flyers, the bombs come in. Yeah, keep the flyers, the bombs are worse. Or keep one flyer. Very annoying. Very annoying elf. Not a big fan of that particular fight. Yeah, the enemy with the fist pounding the ground, I really am not a fan of in this game. I want that up there. And we got the door open. Nice. That is the opposite direction of how I was supposed to get here. But I did it, so that works. Was I supposed to go up here? Yeah, I think I'm supposed to. No, because. So where does that green thing come from? And I can't go up that way, so. I don't see another pathway. Maybe it opens later. Either way, let's head in here. Tokalaka, we agreed on 10,000 Scalitos. Now it's his turn to deliver. You said 10,000. He said he's subtracting the 500 destroyed by that masked muscle fella. What? Give me the skeleton. Now listen here, you noodle-waving wienerhosen. We had a deal. Kalaka, you reneging rooster wrangler. This isn't over. Oh, it's all over. We're cursed to forever be the terrible trio. No Pedro, no reunion tour, no abuelita abuelita. Okay, speak. I can speak. No abuelita award. There we go. This is all because of that demise dingus smashing up all our creations. That demise dingus behind us? You've undone all our work. You killed Pedro. Let's get him. We didn't do that. I don't even feel like I remember this fight. That's enough rehearsing. I think it's time we usher in the crowd. I'm dancing the robot to this music. Says Gimble. It does seem kind of appropriate, doesn't it? Jaguar said it's not a memorable fight, I think because the enemy isn't very memorable. Wow, that crowd sure turned on us. Are we losing our touch? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Remix. The music is pretty great, yeah. This fight didn't really have as much to it as I would have liked. Boss, I can't feel my legs. Those were my legs, and I can't feel them either. Pedro, is that you? Come closer. Pedro, dear friend, you've returned at last. Calaca has rewarded our efforts. We may lie broken, but time is up for that pesky luchador. The mortal world's destruction is assured. Ah, I hear the voices of angels. Hush now, my boy, it won't be much longer. It's kind of sad, also. Like, they were not exactly villains. They just wanted to be reunited with their bandmate to make music. Oh, that's how we go through that. We've got the Olmec head up here. Go down this way. Okay, there's still more to this area. But let's head up for right now. This room is brutal. And see, this is actually another moment where I feel like the combat gets woven in so well with your moveset. Because in order to fight these enemies, you have to wall jump up the wall. Oh, Jaguar. I admire your fighting spirit, luchador. But you cannot win in the face of such power. Do not follow me any further. If you do, these mountains will be the end for you. End of you. We will follow Jaguar. But first... I was not trying to use Intenso. You find Jaguar's wand shield interesting? What do you mean? Oh right, to get back across I have to use here. Goodbye. Give me one more and I'll have more Intenso. The colors and the pattern. what do you find? I don't think his name is Hagwar. No. I don't remember what his actual name is at the moment. Okay, so this is where we couldn't get past earlier in the level because we didn't have the ability to fly across like we can now. And again, it's amazing how it weaves everything together. Like, we could have done this, but we could not have gone forward because we don't have the ability to fly across the chasm here. Was there something under the bridge? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Okay. I thought you were gonna throw that further. It's hot here. Yeah, that's it. One and two. Then I remember correctly, you can go back and then up the wall here. Almost. Yep, there we are. The amount they're able to do with this platforming ability is mind-boggling. Like, I know I keep saying that, but like, they could have kept things basic. They could have just given you the equivalent of a space jump in Metroid, but instead, you have this, like, power that, while amazing, still forces you to think about the way the world is designed in a completely different way. Like, there's also a path at the bottom here. The world building and the level design completely complements the abilities. And we've just improved our intensometer. Which, honestly, good. Because we need that. That's how we heal right now. I think that's the path forward. Wait, did I have to do that? That makes it even more amazing, because that felt like I was going into a secret area. Oh, I forgot about this room. This room, no. This room sucks. Sam says, nearly missed the stream again. No, You didn't miss the stream. I'm glad you were able to make it. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. I'm gonna probably end after Rufus Headlock. That'll be a good point, and then we can do cleanup for the game and the final area next time. I just forget if this was progress or... Oh, I remember this room too. You have to just keep swapping dimensions here. Oof. And there's that wall. Oh, but this is the path forward, so I do have to go the other way for something. Okay. We'll come back to this. Yeah, sorry about your eyes there, Jaguar. It's also kind of mesmerizing to watch. Yeah, I agree. I've seen some Let's Plays of this, and yeah, it's a completely different experience, I feel like, playing and watching this game. Yeah, I gotta go do that other annoying room. But, let's go do it. Oh, dang. Okay. That was close. One, two, three. Also kind of fascinating having to fight without being able to land on the ground. What does this purpose take? Was that even necessary to do? Oh, that's right. I think that's the intended path forward. I'm glad I got to show it off there. That is a brutal section of the game. Sam says my wife Tiffany has similar issues with visual. Sometimes she gets VR sickness. Oof, that's hard. Just see if there's any other secrets in this. area. So yeah, I think this was the intended path forward, but the other way where we went at the bottom actually was a secret pathway that allowed you to circumvent, like, having to deal with us. But yeah, we gotta do this now, again. No! So close. It's Hagwater's favorite enemies. Indeed. Here we are. I think this is the fight. I don't know why he's working for Kalaka. Like... It doesn't really make sense for the character. You've come a long way, Luchador, I'll give you that. Not everyone can make it through the Sierra. Unfortunately, I made it here as well, and my job is to kill you. It's been centuries since I fought a worthy opponent. May the best man win. Stop picking Yellow Shield. Like, how did this great Jaguar warrior become a pawn of Kalaka? Like, it doesn't make sense. Enough. You have bested me, Luchador. I was wrong to doubt your spirit. Just when I had lost all faith in humanity and resigned myself to the coming age of the dead, I see that hope, love, and perseverance still burn within your kind. Perhaps I should have tried to stop Kalaka myself, but cowardice eclipsed my honor. I doubted my own strength. And that's it. That's it right there. It was never my true choice to serve him. Kalaka forced my hand by threatening to kill my ancient master. I'm a bad kitty. Please leave me here to lick my wounds. What, Jaguar? 1. Make sure to punch Kalaka in the face for me. Do that, and we will become bros. And in accordance with the bro code, Your mother will become... Really? Come on. Maybe. Anyways, the Great Temple lies ahead, and within it Kalaka. Before you proceed, you should head back home and power up. The journey forward will be perilous. Be careful, no one. Kalaka is going to throw everything he has at you. I believe there's an Olmec nearby here. Would be a good place to end things. That zoom out perspective is really beautiful. I believe you can also get back out by utilizing this wall. Because I do want to do more stuff besides oh no, I can use the mouth here. And it starts zooming back in. Alright. So, I think next time we will finish up the game. This has been a fun ride, so I'm definitely looking forward to finishing it with y'all. I'm going to go back and probably collect everything that we've missed. Actually, we are still missing a power technically, so maybe I would go ahead and get through the Great Temple, and then before the final boss, we'll go back and recollect everything. I do have the next game planned. Not sure how it's gonna work in terms of time for next stream. I'm gonna have to figure that out, just logistically. Because I don't want to like spend most of the time on one game and then like introduce a new game next stream. So I've got to figure out how I'm going to do that in terms of time. Especially if we have to go back to Staxel. But with that said, if you've enjoyed the stream, definitely consider joining the Discord if you've enjoyed any of the conversation here today, because we have conversations like this all the time on Discord. And if you are in a financial place to do so, and only if you're in a financial place to do so, please do consider supporting me on Patreon. It goes a long way to supporting the channel and helping me produce more content like this stream and the political videos that I put out during the week. If you enjoy any of that, definitely please feel free to donate. The link for that is in the description down below. So with that said, I'm going to give you all your 5 minutes to enjoy the rest of the stream, leaving you with... You know what? I'll leave you with the music from inside the temple, because that's really, really intense and good music. And with that said, thank you so much for stopping by. My name is Anarchist Terra, and I will see you next week.